This is a day in the life of a pet groomer at Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Hang out with me as I work all day and see what really goes on behind the scenes in a dog grooming salon. Let's get busy. So I'm starting my morning with Jon Snow. He is a Shih Tzu Poodle mix, also known as a Shih Poo. And I need to grab a harness, so let's go do that. I'll be right back. All right, Mr. Jon Snow. We're gonna make you white as snow, buddy. Yes, we are. Wait. So I'm not doing a pre-bath brush out on him. I find that this kind of hair oftentimes brushes out best when it's clean. Oh, still. A lot of times when dogs stand up on the edge of the tub and pop up like this, I do anchor them. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now so that it keeps him back. Good boy. Waiting for the water to warm up. You're fine. I know. Just too exciting. Now let's move you over this way so they can see you better. Come here. Over here. There we go. I'm going to start his shampoo with a prebiotic shampoo. And then I'm going to give him a second shampoo as well. Get them extra clean. Let's rinse this off and soap them up again. It's hard to believe next week is Easter already. On Tuesday night, we'll be having a members-only live stream on Easter bow making. Not exactly sure the time. I have to look at my schedule. But I would imagine around 6:30 p.m. And I'll do some Q&A during that too. So if you have questions, save them up for that live stream. And I may get into some more all-day live streams again. I have fixed some of the issues that were being caused by the live streams. I think today's kind of a test run on that. And at least until the fall, I've decided to hold off on hiring a third person until the fall. And Kat's fine with the live streams. And we fixed some of the concerns that we had. So anyway, I might bring them back for a time. Occasionally I'll take a break and do some videos because I do like to have individual videos as well, and I can't do that when I'm live streaming. And sometimes I just need a break anyway. Streaming all day every day is really hard, believe it or not. Good boy.
You were happy to get here this morning. Yes, you were. You were. You love your Miss Suzanne? Miss Suzanne loves you. Yes, she does. She thinks you're the cutest little man.
While he soaks in conditioner, I'm going to brush his teeth.
Good boy. Open wide. Good boy.
The ear wash dries up any moisture that might have gotten into the ears and loosens up wax and debris.
Come here, bud. Good boy. It's a go, puppy. Yeah.
Wrap him up in a nice warm towel. And then I'm going to put him on top of another dry towel that's folded up. That's going to help to absorb off the water while I disinfect the tub and get ready to dry him. That one step saves me so much drying time. And I am seeing matting. It's not bad, but it is there. So while I'm blow drying him, I'll get that out. And it's a good boy. You wait here for me. I'll be right back. This is disinfectant for the tub, except it's not turned on. Helps to turn on the water. I turn it off overnight. Just so there's no chance of leaks. You never want to walk into that first thing in the morning. Oh, wrong one. Turn this one on. There we go. All right, John, to the drying table. Come on. Let's get another dry towel. client come in. I'll be right back. Good boy. So if you're used to watching dog grooming, you might be wondering why I didn't use the high velocity dryer on him when he had so much hair. And it's because I knew it would take longer to brush and comb him than it would to get him dry. Therefore, I went straight to brushing and combing and let him dry in the meantime, which actually saved time, and it was easier on him because the hair had been cleaned and conditioned and made the brush out easier on him. You also noticed I used 3 different brushes and a wide tooth comb. And the purpose of the 3 different brushes is just like the Scottish Terrier video I did yesterday, where I layered the tools from the widest rake to a narrow rake to a carding tool. When I'm brushing out a dog like this, I layer in the brushes the same way, from a pin brush to break up the clumps of hair and loosen it up, to a soft slicker that breaks it up more without going deep down in, then to a long pin slicker that has a bit more grab in the coat. I didn't want to use something that had grab in the coat till the coat was all broken up. And you need this kind of brush to get down deep and to finish it off and fluff it out really nice. But if you start with this brush, just like on the Scottish Terrier, if you started with the carding tool before the rakes, it would drag and hurt the dog. And if you do the same with the brushes, if you just start with the final brush, it's going to have so much drag and pull in the coat that it's going to hurt the dog. And they're going to hate the brushing. So now I'm taking this comb, going all over him, and making sure everything's loosened up because they want him a little shorter today. So I'm going to use a snap-on comb. And to use the snap-on comb, I have to make sure that there's no snags in the coat whatsoever, for the snap-on comb to clip evenly and not catch in the hair. Good boy. I'm going to start with my longest snap-on comb. I don't think this will take anything off. And this is not a skip tooth comb. This is a regular comb over a 30 blade. Unfortunately, they don't make the skip tooth combs longer than an inch, so, or 5/8 of an inch or whatever. So I hope they do at some point make them, but right now they don't. Yeah, that's not going to take off anything. So let's go to shorter. This is a 1 inch. That doesn't mean it leaves 1 inch of hair necessarily. Sometimes it depends on the hair and the coat of the dog as to how much it'll leave. Silky coated dogs, it leaves more, like twice as much. Cottony coated dogs or curly coated dogs, it'll cut true to size. He's kind of right in the middle. He's a cottony coat, but it kind of lays down. It also depends on if you're combing the hair so it lays down, or combing it, back combing it, and combing it against the lay of the coat. So I want to keep length on him, so I'm combing the hair down. We don't want to take him short, we just want to take him shorter. Skimming down into the legs. He's going to keep long ears, a tied up top knot, and a long tail. This is a really nice length for him. He's going to look really good in this. And it's going to make keeping him brushed and combed so much easier.
Yes, you're a good boy.
The white spray that I sprayed on him was the Chris Christensen Ice on Ice. And I put it in a mister bottle so it doesn't come out so heavy. Because the original spray bottle it comes in, it just comes out too thick. I do use it in the tub in the original spray bottle because I don't mind if it comes out real thick in the tub. And there's certain coats I want it to be real thick on. But other coats I really don't want that much on the dog, just a little. Good boy. So my goal is to get him finished before his pet parent returns, because if he knows that his pet parent has returned, he becomes much more anxious and it's harder to work on him and he gets agitated. It's always best to wait outside for your pet if you can. I know it's hot outside, we're in Florida, but it's best to wait until you're texted if possible. You know, we do have a waiting area up front. Or if you want to wait on your dog, that's fine. Just don't go in and out, because it's the coming back in and the doorbell that gets the dog started, and then they start sniffing the air to see if they can pick up your scent. And if they do pick up your scent, then they're ready to go. They're like, we're done, goodbye. Picture it like getting your dog's leash out and trying to get them leashed up while they're all excited. And then picture the leash as scissors around the eyeball and the dog's like, you know what I'm saying? The dog's much too excited. So now I'm going to switch to a 5/8 inch snap-on comb. I'm going to clip against the lay of the coat up the underside. He's sensitive under here. And I correct him for it. You notice I did that when I was brushing him out too, because he's overreacting. So that deserves a correction. I'm gonna skim down the inside of the legs with this. And I'm going to come up under the jawline. Down the chest. And then they wanted him clipped up under the ears. So I'm going to take this right alongside here with a light skimming. And I'm going to come right up under the point of shoulder, just a bit to set his front legs up under him. Don't move. go. All right, that's a good boy. Brush out around the feet. Good boy. Scissor the feet round. We should trim the pads of his feet before we do this.
That would be smart.
First I'll do under the tail. Good boy.
Yes, I love you. Yes, I love the boy.
Turn. Good boy. Turn, turn. Good boy. Up, up, up. I'm going to leave a little wick on his sheath to direct his urine stream downwards, because we don't want, if you take off all the hair, then sometimes it shoots straight forward into the legs or into the chest hair. So that's just for directional purposes.
Yes, you're a good boy.
boy. So if I decide to start live streaming regularly again, if I see a dog on the book that I want to get an individual video of, because I do like putting the videos on my website. So on my website, I have haircuts by breed as pages. And then on those pages, it has different hairstyles that we do on the different breeds. It has coat care recommendations for that type of coat. It has links to the tools that I recommend for that type of coat. And I've been putting videos on there of dogs in the haircuts that we have displayed on the page. So, you know, for some of those, I want to collect certain videos for demonstrations of how those haircuts are done so people can get a good 3D look at the dog. They can see how the haircut's performed and that kind of thing. So when I see a dog on the book like that I want to record, I'm not going to stream that day because I want to free myself up for recording. So I hate to get into a set pattern of doing anything because I want to do my own thing. I want to do what I want to do. So that's a thing. I wanted to do it. I want to do it to make me happy. Because it's all about me. So I would term this haircut a puppy trim with a tied up top knot, is how I would define this. Typically a puppy trim is one length all over basically. In reality, the legs are fuller than the body, but they don't look it when I do this type of haircut. It has the illusion of being one length all over. When I do teddy bear trims, that you can definitely tell that the trunk of the body is tighter than the legs. And then when you talk about puppy trim or teddy bear trim, the face style, the ear style, the top knot style can be different on each dog. So they are somewhat freestyle grooms as well. There's a lot of variables to it. Some people like the little tiny, tight donut type mustaches with the little tapered ears. Clients like this like the tied up top knot and the long flowing ears. Some like a medium length beard and medium length ears. And some mismatch, mix match, all of the above. So this is a newer pair of scissors that has become one of my favorites. These are Masuta Serrated Edge, and I love them. Love, love, love them. They're a little bigger than what I typically use. I think they're 8.5 inches or 8 inches. They're 8 inches. And I typically like a 7-inch shear. But the balance on these is so perfect for my hand that I just love them. Alright, let's tie some of this hair out of your eyes. Stay. I'm using a little bit of top knot gel because this is his 3rd time back with me, and they were going somewhere else and they cut his top knot off, which was very upsetting to the pet parent because they like a long top knot, and it's taking a while for it to grow back. The ears grow the slowest, and the tail, and the top knot is next in line for how fast it grows. The trunk of the body grows the fastest on a dog. So as this grows out, that little cough you hear is a collapsing trachea probably, because he only does it if you get anywhere near his throat. Usually dogs with a collapsing trachea cough when they get excited or upset, or you touch their throat at all. Down. You lay down? Down. No, it's okay. Down. He says no. Okay. It's easier to put up a top knot if they'll lay down, but he says no. So we got to do it with him wiggling all about. Stay. I'm sorry. If you would have laid down, it'd be so much easier. So when a top knot is growing out, I put the first band from basically the inside corner of the eye to the inside corner of the eye. That's going to keep those little pieces from falling out quickly. The next section goes from the middle of the eye to the middle of the eye. That's going to keep that next shorter section out of the way. Because if you try to just pull it up all back here, all those front pieces are going to be falling out. So now it looks like that. Then I'm going to do a 3rd section and grab these side pieces, and they're going from about 3/4 back on the eye to 3/4 back on the eye. No. So now it looks like that. Take my comb, make sure that the comb easily slides under all the bands. Blend the back of the top knot down into the neck. Now, trim the face. And again, he wanted it shorter up under the ears, which is good. That's going to help these ears to breathe and get some of this hair off in front of them. I don't want to go up too high because I don't want it showing from the front at all when he perks his ears up. Just going to come up under here. This also gets rid of an area that mats. So when you comb down the ear, you can't tell it was done too much. So if you always have the same groomer when you go to a facility and that groomer knows what you want done, it's like the way it typically goes here. When I go up front, I'll always ask a client if they have any special instructions today. And basically what that means is there anything you want different from what we did last time? And if you have any really serious things that, you know, you definitely want done differently, like keeping the eyelashes or, you know, things that you do every time, but they're really important to you, like don't trim the tail. You know, that's a good thing to bring up on every visit. But as far as details of the whole trim, if we get it right time after time, we don't need those instructions over and over and over again. Because what happens is if we get a long detailed instruction on every visit, like a long note or a long text, it leads us to believe, his owner didn't do any of that, you know, he gave me what they want different this time. I'm just speaking in general because we had an issue with that lately. What it does is it confuses us. So we're thinking if you're giving us that long detailed instruction that you weren't happy with the last groom and these are all the things you want changed. But when we read over the list, it's like, well, I thought I did that. Was that not right? You know, and that sort of thing. So it's really cool to, you know, give us what you want different and say everything else the same as last time. And, you know, that way we're not trying to change what we had already gotten right because we think that that's what you're saying. If that makes sense. Now, of course, if you're dealing with somebody different, you want to give them all the instructions. But if we do it the same every time, you know, then we don't need to go over that every time. it's also important to listen to your groomer's advice if they think a haircut's not going to work on your dog that you're showing them. Because, you know, sometimes we see things in the hair that don't match what you're asking for. So say if a dog has a really floppy coat or a thin coat and you're asking for, say, the donut mustache with the really pretty framing, it's not going to happen. It's not going to work on that coat type. So if we're saying, you know, that's not the best option for him, this is what I recommend, it's not that we're going against you at all. We're just trying to let you know. Like one dog last week, they wanted 3 inches of hair on the body, and they wanted like the donut style mustache type of idea. And his dad is back. Hopefully he won't notice. And the interesting thing is that dog had hair similar to this one. So it had really coarse cottony hair on the body and then really floppy silky hair on the top knot. And he didn't get a tied up top knot. So this dog, he balances out because he has a tied up top knot. But if you're not doing a tied up top knot on that kind of hair, then what's going to happen when you leave all this fullness is it's going to stick up right here, and then the top of the head's going to part and go flat. So it's going to look like a really flat head with a bunch of poof right behind the head. And that doesn't work on that dog. It would look silly. So what I recommend with that type of dog is going shorter on the trunk of the body so that it won't stick up right behind the head. And that way you can still keep the full look, but not the 3 inches of hair. And that's simply, you know, to bring about balance. And then the same client had another dog who was overweight, and she chews all the hair off her legs from here down, really choppy, like some areas right to the bone and other areas just chopped looking because of the way she chews all the hair off all 4 legs. And she wanted 3 inches of hair on that dog. And with that dog being obese, with all the hair missing off her legs, if I grew 3 inches of hair on her body, that would look silly. Like, oh my gosh, it would look like a chia pet, you know? And so between the instructions on the 2 dogs needing 3 inches of hair, neither one of them would work. And so, you know, I have recommendations for that would bring about balance, but then I'm not following the pet parent's instructions. Stay. Good boy. That's a good boy. I moved my room further back in the salon so he hasn't picked up that his dad's here. And sometimes when I ignore a client when they come in before the dog is ready, it's so I don't cue the dog that the owner's here. Because then if I go up front and I say it'll be a few minutes and the dog hears them, then the dog has seen me go up front, they're like, woo. So sometimes I'll just let a client sit and wait and they don't mind. but they don't pick up the scent as quick back here. So that's nice. Because I'm down the hall and around the corner. All right, little man, you look adorable. You get a bow. Your people like a bow on you. Let's go see if I have one made. Do I have a bow for you? I do, I do. We got you a little bunny bow. Yes, we do. You got a bunny bow. It's so cute. It's a cute little bunny bow. There's Mr. Jon Snow, all ready to go home. All right, buddy. Say goodbye, everybody. See you next time. Off you go.
Hello, how's it going? Is he a good boy?
right, next up is Winnie, a Shih Tzu.
Hi, baby. Are you happy to see me? Come here.
So Miss Winnie is learning to trust me. She's been coming to me for a while now. Those of you who watch me regularly, she kind of has the same body actions as Charlie, the Shih Tzu that I do, who just a little bit stilted in her gait and stuff that I've noticed. I believe she is a rescue dog. And then she wasn't having good experiences with groomers, from what I could tell, because of the amazing changes that I've seen in her since I started doing her. So the first couple of times, actually like the first 3 times, she would be so upset after she got dropped off that she would go number 2 and be in a panicky, circly body language that was just like so upset that she was even left. And now she doesn't do that at all. She's very, very, very relaxed after drop off, which is awesome. She hates clippers on her face. Last time she did amazing. So each time she just gets more and more and more relaxed. And it's awesome. Really awesome. Makes me so happy. So one of the things I stopped doing was shaving down her legs. She doesn't like that, and it's really helped her with her trust issues to listen to her on what she likes and doesn't like.
So you want a belly rub? Is that what you want? You want a belly rub? Yeah.
You're a good girl. So I'm going to see if she'll let me do around her eyes. That's something she really doesn't like. So one thing on these dogs who really don't like it, not holding their chin hair at all, but cupping the chin in your hand. Many times that gives them much more freedom of movement and they don't feel so forced. It's a good girl. Can I see from this side? Come here. Can I see from the front? And when they don't like it, it's like petting one. She's going to be like, nope, not today. Let me see. All right, we'll come from behind. No, not today. Come here. Good girl. It's all right. It's all right. Good girl. It's okay. No? Okay. Do your pads then. Good girl. Up, up, up. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Gonna switch to a Shih Tzu appropriate shower head. Need more control around the nose. Especially when they're wiggly on the face like she can be. Anchor her down so she can't rear up. There we go. Come here, Mama. So I have the shampoo thickness both cupped in both hands. I'm I'm going to put one on top and one underneath. That way I can start working the shampoo up without getting it in her eyes by taking the thickness that I have back here and easing it up just on my fingers and thumbs. Got my hand cupped underneath, which she does not like. But we're still going to wash her face. Good. So when she relaxes, we praise. Good girl. While she's struggling, we ignore. Big mistake people make, good, is trying to console them when they're struggling. When you do that, you're praising them for the bad behavior. Now, I understand she's got reasons for her behavior, and I'm not saying she's being bad. I'm just saying you don't want to reward the behavior you don't want. Good. Good. So when they relax, you praise. And when they have the wrong response, you ignore. I've learned she likes things coming from behind a lot better than from in front on the face. So rinsing a dog who's wiggly on the face is hard too. Because you don't want the soap running into the eyes, and sometimes you have to hold them a little firmer than they want to get control, to keep the soap moving back away from the eyes instead of running into the eyes. So it can be challenging sometimes. Each dog has their own little personality traits. Good girl. Alright, so we're going to rinse a really wiggly face. And sometimes these things are a little harder to watch than you might like. But again, we have to wash the face and we have to get the soap off the face. And we have to keep it from going in the eyes, and we have to try to keep any water from going in the nose on a flat-faced dog. All the little challenges. So, I'm going to start with the water not on too high. Going to cup my hand over the head and brace under the chin. Or we'll go this way. We'll cup under the chin and brace over the head. I'm going to ease the water forward. And try to keep the head tilted up backwards. Got a dog coming in. They're going to have to wait a minute. So I'm going to ease it up with the head tilted backwards so it doesn't flow into the eyes, but back off the head. Next, I'm going to come up from underneath and ease it up. You're all right. It's all right. Ease it up. Ease it up. Good girl. All right. So now we got the soap off her. I'm going to put her conditioner on and let her soak in conditioner while I go help that client. And that'll also give her a little break. Good girl. Good girl, you're fine. Up we go. You wait here, I'll be right back. All right, baby. I know, it's okay. Come here. There we go. Let's see if she'll let me brush her teeth. I see you. Let me brush your teeth. Come here. Probably not. Good girl. Here we go. See? I'm taking good care of the puppies. Good girl. That's a good girl. Come here. Come on. Let's do the other side. Good girl. There we go. Good girl. See? Here. What a good girl. All right, let's rinse you. It's okay. It's okay. Good girl. It's okay. There you go. There you go. Good girl. Good girl. Yes. Yes. Good girl. There you go. Good girl. So you lavish on the praise when they're starting to give you the right result. Good girl. Doesn't mean you back off from what you're doing, though. Good. 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 Yes, good. There, right there. Good girl. Good girl. This is hard for her. Yes, it's hard. And it takes a little longer because I have the water pressure on lower. So it takes a little longer to get everything off, which is why I'm spending extra time. So I want to ease this up so it gets right in the wrinkles between the eye and the nose and rinses that area off where I had soap. And I want to get it to flow right down now that all the soap's off the back of the head. I'm not letting up on her because I don't want her to realize that acting that way gets her out of it. I want her to give to me. There we go. Good girl. So now I need this, because all the soap's off the back of the head, now I need this to flow up between the eyes without getting in the nose. To get that soap that was right on the bridge of the nose off. I know that's hard on a puppy. Yeah, that's hard on a puppy. I know. Good girl. girl. The nice thing about using the harness is when they are acting silly like that, there's nothing on their throat or neck. Goes along their shoulder blades like this, comes way down low. That way, as they are wiggling all about, they're not tightening any pressure on their neck. When you're using a neck loop, pressure is tightening on their throat, which causes them to panic even more. Gotta get the ear wash in her ear. Good girl. Well, silly. Don't take a flying leap. Yesterday we had a client showed up an hour and 15 minutes late for their appointment after confirming the time, and they were mad because we didn't take the dog. Like, are you kidding me? But it just won't take that long. Yes, it will. And it's another dog who doesn't like its face washed. So it's like, yeah, no. Sorry. I could see being 15 minutes late, but not an hour and 15 minutes late. Then after that, on the same day, I'm watching a YouTube video of customers who freak out. And it was somebody who went into a nail salon who was a half an hour late. You know, a lot of nail salons operate like with walk-ins too. So when she didn't show up, they took a walk-in and did the walk-in. And this woman hit the lady, like slapped her while she's working on another client, and then proceeded to throw things all over the salon, breaking crap. Like, oh my gosh. She's like, it's my birthday and I made an appointment specifically to come here. And the lady's like, but you're late. A half an hour late. I demand that you take me now. Oh my gosh, people freak out. What's wrong with you?
All right, Miss Winnie. You ready to get dry? You ready to get dry? Yeah. You're a good girl. Come here. Good girl. It's okay. It was just a noise. Just let her have a minute to chill. You good girl? Huh, Winnie? You good girl, Winnie? So sometimes when clients watch me, like say with Winnie, and I've been telling her pet parents she's doing fabulous and I'm so pleased with her, and I am. Her little bit of struggles in the tub or on the face, that's nothing. What I see in her and where I see, you know, when I say how good she's doing, like how panicked she was the first couple of times, you know, that is huge wins for me to see her eyes soft right now after getting her face done and see her rolling all around and being all relaxed. That's what's really good to me. This is the progress. And it can take years, and sometimes they never get over that apprehension of the face and stuff. It all depends on what's imprinted on them from the time they were young, and especially with rescue dogs, we don't know. But I see her making progress every single time, and I'm so pleased with her. And never worry about me if you're a pet parent about, you know, seeing like when they're doing that kind of silly stuff in the tub or on trimming around the face. I'm fine. Doesn't bother me at all. Huh? No, doesn't bother me at all. No, it doesn't.
All right, let's get you dry. It's just part of the job. A lot of times dogs who spin like this, especially your rescue dogs, are dogs that were kept in little tiny crates for a time in their life. And they learn to move that way because that's all the space they had. Good girl.
Good. That was very good. Yeah. That's a nice yawn.
She has matting in a pattern that was probably due to wearing a sweater on the chest and upper arms. So for the chest area, it's going to look a little short and balded, but I'm going to shave it off with a shorter blade so I don't have to brush that area out because she won't like it. Good girl. There we go.
That was a good girl.
All right. What do you think? Think you're gonna let me around your eyes now?
I doubt it.
I doubt it. So I loosened her up because a lot of times when a dog with this personality is gonna give to you, they're gonna do it laying down. So I want to give her enough room to lay down if she chooses to do so. Let's see if she'll let me clip. She's let me do it once or twice before, but not very often. She does not like this. And it's actually much safer with a blade than scissors if they're wiggly, because it is. Because scissors are far more dangerous around the eyes. So first I just want her to comb into my hands. Let's see if we can get her to do that. Just like in the tub, we have the same behaviors. So I just want her to relax. Good. As soon as she does, I praise. Good. Right there. Yes. Yes. Good girl. So now I'm going to grab the clipper. Good. Good. Right there. Good girl.
It's all right. See, I'm not hurting you. Oh, you're a good girl, sweetie. I know. It's okay. It's okay.
Good. Right there. Good girl. Here we go. It's harder from behind, but she doesn't like it from the front. Let's see if I can try it. Ready?
Are you ready? Here we go. Yes, you're a good girl. It's okay. It's okay. There, right there.
So I'm letting her find my cup hand right there. Good girl. But I gotta be at the right angle myself to do this. So I want her to do it from the front, if she will. Right here. Good girl. So I'm putting my hand like this so she can find my thumb to rest her chin on instead of the cupped hand at first. And then start to get her there. Good girl. I'll be back. Right as we're making progress. Let's try this again. All right, Winnie.
Winnie. Winnie, where's your Winnie? Come here. Do, 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 do. Come on. Come on. This way.
All right. Good. 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 Yes. Good. Right there. Right there. So when a dog is resting their head on whatever chin rest you give them, whether it's your thumb or your cupped hand, they're very purposeful. See how she found it and laid her head in it? Very purposeful. And that is a really good thing with a dog like her. So, pick up my clipper. There. So I'm going to try to get her to rest her head while she's thinking about this. See if she will. Good. It's okay. She knows what I'm going to do. And she don't like it. Good. Good girl. There. Right there. Right there. Good girl. You ready? All right, here we go. Good girl. There we go. Good. That's what I want. Right there. Right there. Good girl. Right there. Right there. Yes. Good girl. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Good. 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 All right, well that's probably not going to happen today. So I'm going to try to scissor it and hopefully she'll hold still for that. on what we're doing. Good girl, right there. Good girl. What are you doing? Good girl. So as you can see, this makes it a high-risk groom. Because it adds risk when you're working around the eyes with very sharp tools. Good girl. So, staying with it, staying persistent, not giving up is very important. And I term that as riding the wave. Sticking with it, good girl. Because if you ride that wave and stay on it, you're gonna get to your destination, you know? Good girl. And if you can do it without forcing them, but partnering with them to some degree, you will earn their trust as much as possible. If I could force her through this and get it done in about, I don't know, just a couple minutes. But that doesn't make it easier going forward. It doesn't help with the trust. But yeah, you can pin their ears back, stretch that skin out, pin them down, and do it real fast. That doesn't make you more of a professional. Some people think it does. It's like, I can do anything. I can do any dog. And I'm fast. And you'll have times when a dog is better on one visit and they go back a little bit and then they're better on the next visit. Doesn't mean anything happened. It doesn't mean, you know, that you're not making progress. That's just the way it goes. Good girl. And sometimes there's underlying medical reasons for this as well. That groomers have no idea about what's causing the apprehension. Sometimes it can be teeth and dental problems. Sometimes it can be glaucoma with pressure in the eyeballs, making them not want you around the eyes. I don't think either of those things is the case with her because of her other behavior patterns that she's overcoming. Sometimes it can be back or neck pain, which many dogs do have, just like people. Good girl. Good girl. That's a good girl. There, see? You did it. Yeah, that was a good girl. Yes, you did it. Good girl. So I'm praising her now because she's sniffing. A stressed dog will not sniff. So I praised her for sniffing. A stressed dog will be in a different headspace that doesn't allow them to sniff around and search their environment. So I look, good girl. So I look for certain things to praise when I'm working on a dog like this. One is yawning, because that tells me they're trying to calm themselves. One is sniffing, like she's doing right now, checking her environment. Good girl. Laying down is a big one, especially when you're doing something that they don't like. And while watching them struggle is difficult, when you watch me handle them, look at their eyes when I'm done. Look at the softness in her expression. Good girl. Yeah. And one thing you don't want to get confused by when you're watching, especially Shih Tzus and those similar dogs, see the whites around the eyes? Most Shih Tzus have big eyeballs that don't quite fit in their sockets. And they have whites around their eyes that show. Some of the Lhasas have that as well. Different dogs. Some of the Maltese do, because they were breeding for big soulful eyes on the Maltese, and they ended up with too big an eye that again shows the white around. So like if you hear the naysayers talking about it, they'll say, oh, the dog has whale eye, it's so stressed. It's like, silly person. Silly person. Dear keyboard warrior, that's not a whale eye. That's their natural eyeball. Also, when you watch groomers working on dogs, a lot of times we'll stretch the skin back away from the eye as we're working on it to tighten the eyelids so that we have access to the eyes without the skin being too loose around there, and we'll actually stretch the skin back so that we can do our job. And in stretching the skin back, it shows the whites of the eyes. So that's not a good indicator when you're watching grooming. Good girl.
Over here. Come here. Winnie, come here. This way, this way. Good girl. Good girl. There. Good puppy. All right, let's trim under your chin. Her mom's probably wondering what in the world is taking so long. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. That's it. See what I mean about riding the wave? Staying with it. Because if you stay with it and don't stop. So many times pet parents say, oh, my dog won't let me, so I couldn't. It's like, no, you stopped. You let them use their evasion technique and let them get out of it without staying with it. And it's with a gentle hand and a soft touch. Good girl. Good girl. Yes. Good girl. Yes. There you go. That was a pretty puppy. Yes.
And you can imagine too, for those of you who have your dogs groomed, if we're right in the middle of something like this and the dog is tense and I'm tense and I'm trying to get around the eyes and you show up to pick up your dog, and I'd really like to have a half an hour to work with your dog. If you don't give me that half an hour and you're out there tapping your foot, which her owner is not, but if you are, then I kind of feel pressed to get the job done. And like I said, I can get it done and I can get it done fast, but you don't want me to. And 9 times out of 10, it's the groomer getting pushed by the pet parent by them not giving us the time. And the time can change from one appointment to the next. So, you know, it all depends on what's going on that day. And, you know, if you give us the time, your dog is going to be the one to benefit. Because your dog is going to get what they need rather than just getting made to do it. It's okay. And that's going to benefit them on down the line.
All right. You want a little Easter bow? Does you? I'll go fix you one. Yeah, I'll go fix you an Easter bow so you can be all pretty. Good girl. There. You're so pretty. All right. Good.
Next up is Jenny, the Australian Shepherd.
I'm so proud of you, Winnie.
All right, let's go get your bow. Oh no, I didn't plug in the thing. Now I gotta wait for it to warm up. Ugga bugga. I have anything already made. Shame on me. Actually, I could use that. That'll work. I didn't have my glue gun plugged in, so I had a bandana already made, so I'll use that. Text her mom. Be right back. tiny knots up against the skin up under her arms. I'm trying to just snip them out. They're so close to the skin. There we go. All right, Winnie, say goodbye. I haven't tried a bigger dog on this new setup. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the camera far enough away from the dog for you to be able to see the dog good. So we'll kind of test that out a little bit. See how it goes. So I told you guys I'd give you my determination after some time on whether I would continue to use the ceramic bits on the nail drill or if I would go back to the sanding bands. I have gone back to the sanding bands. And the reason is that the sanding bands are a little wider in diameter than the ceramic. The ceramic are really thin. And what happens is sometimes, especially because dogs do this a lot when you're doing their nails, they don't just hold their nails out like people do and let you do them. They're like that. And what happens is sometimes because they're so thin in circumference, because they're made for people, not dogs, because I use nail drills that are quieter and smoother, which are made for people. The dog ones are thick and bumpy and really noisy. So anyway, I found that when the dog does this, it can slide up under the nail real quick, which I don't like. I don't have as much control with those as I do with the sanding band. And they also make a higher pitched noise when they hit the nail. So it's the noise is different. So weighing out all the different things, the pros and the cons, what I liked, what I didn't like, I ended up going back to the sanding bands. Let's see if I can show you what I mean. So here's two different drill bits. This one's a sanding band and this one is a ceramic. See the difference in the diameter of them? Get it to sit right there. There we go. This one is much thicker, which gives me more control. When the dog pulls away, I can control where it's going. When the dog pulls away on this one, it just kind of slides up under real quick. And the quick is closer to the underside than the top side. And it's a lot better for me with the sanding band. All right, let's go get the tub ready for Miss Jenny. Be right back. Sorry about all the noise. Getting the tub adjusted means I gotta move the shelving in the tub. All right, Get you guys back there with me. All right, Miss Jenny, let's put your harness on. Back up. Come here. Good girl. All right, you stay there. Be right back. All right, pretty girl, to the tub. Come on. Up, up. Up, up. Good girl. Up, up. Or not. You got this, big girl. Up we go. You're fine. You gotta stay in the tub, Missy, ma'am. Put my other sprayer back on because it has a bit more water pressure to penetrate thick coats. I'm actually going to start her with the shampoo system. Go better. When using the shampoo system, I wet them down with the shampoo. Already diluted. One of the dogs I have scheduled this week is a Samoyed. I'm going to create his own video for him if he keeps his appointment, which I think he will. His name is Ghost. Cute name for a Samoyed. He's new in the area and gets groomed once a month, which is great for a really thick-coated dog like that. do her head by hand. Good girl. Using my fingers in a raking motion to loosen up all the undercoat. And Jenny has a baby sister. And it's actually a sister from another litter, but she's a full sister. She's only 10 weeks old. And her mom's going to bring her in to meet me. When she does, I will show her to you guys. And she says she's the most chill, relaxed, wonderful puppy ever. Good girl. I wonder if she has a full tail like Jenny does. Most Australian Shepherds you see don't have a tail, but Jenny does. Now we're going to use the system for the conditioner. It's all right. You're a good girl. Add a little more conditioner by hand. She's a good girl. While she soaks in conditioner, I'll brush her teeth. Here we go, baby. Good, pupper. Open wide.
My, what pretty teeth you have. Good girl, turn. Good girl, it's okay. Come back. Good girl. Good puppy. Yeah, it's a good baby. You're fine. You're such a sensitive puppy. You're a sensitive puppy. You wait right there. I'll be right back.
because there's no licensing in pet grooming and no inspections in pet grooming, groomers are, they have to regulate themselves in their disinfection and their procedures. This is a disinfectant. It'll sit for 10 minutes. Actually longer than that, till the next dog. It's a no rinse formula. It dries on. Just let that sit. I'm going to move this back a bit. See if we can get a better position for a bigger dog. Maybe. Actually, I should wait until I get her in here, because it's going to block the doorway. a good girl. Wait. If I remember correctly, she can be sensitive to noise, so I'm going to plug her ears. And actually, a lot of Australian Shepherds are sensitive to noise, like dryer noise and all, that I've known. So I not only use a head wrap with them, but I do plug the ears too. Come here. That's a good girl. There we go.
Jenny. Come on. Good girl. Yeah, you're a good girl. Oh, she's a good doggy. Jenny, come on. This way. Right there. Right there. Right there.
That's a good girl. So I got some shedding hair out, some in the tub, and some on the table. A total of this much on the table, which is not very much. And being we're in shedding season, we have had some extra cold this year, so she may not be releasing all of her coat just yet, but she will be in the next few weeks. So we want to get out as much as we can now so it's not all over the house. Stay, Jenny. If I can find the tool I need. Stay, Jenny. Here's one. We're going to use a rake. This is a very dull rake. It doesn't have any sharpness to it at all, so it's nothing like a Furminator. It's nothing like the tools that I used on the Scotty. It's very dull, so it won't do any damage to her coat. We're going to start with the wide side. So it's got a wide and a narrow side. I'm going to start by combing her with the wide side. And it's interesting. So I brushed her really good while I was blow drying her. And if you notice, if I use a comb, the comb's going right through her hair without doing what the rake is doing, without removing hair. So it's all about the right tools to help this stuff release. Even the high velocity dryer didn't remove it. The raking with my fingers in the tub didn't remove it. These tools do have some drag in the coat. So a lot of times you'll hear me say you don't want drag, but when you're removing shedding hair, you do. Whether it's a flat coat or a coat like this, or a terrier, you want some drag in it because that means it's catching the hair to remove it. Good girl. I know. So there does come a point during their shedding season where it'll just molt right off. This is getting what is sitting loose in the follicle, and it's just sitting there out just prior to it molting off. So the hair has different growth cycles. There's the anagen phase and the telogen phase, the exogen phase. So she's kind of just prior to the complete blowing of the coat, which would be more in the telogen phase. Just like what we were talking about on the Scotty yesterday, on your golden retrievers and your Australian shepherds and these dogs with this like medium double coat, the hair sticks up and out and flips up when it has an overabundance of undercoat in there because it's pushing the guard hair up, and then So you got the undercoat and then the guard hair, and the guard hair can't lie flat. It's got to go up against that undercoat, which means it's going to flip and stick out and stand up. So if you remove out this extra coat periodically, what's going to happen is you're not going to have all these flips in the coat. It's especially, you see it in your golden retrievers. So if you can keep this excess undercoat out of the way, the hair is going to lie down in the areas you want it to lie down in. It's like you want the big fluffy ruff around the neck, but on the back here you'd like to see it not be so flippy. And this helps, and also it helps with the color. When they have too much undercoat in there, they look too light colored. It's too gray because it's all excess coat. Undercoat, which is always a lighter color than the outer coat. If you lift them up, you can see it, that it's light under there. Doing it this way doesn't do any damage to the coat. If you use the tools that cut the hair, that have little razor blades in there, which look like you're doing a whole lot, but you're actually cutting out some of that, then you can damage the coat and cause it to grow back in funny. And cutting this kind of hair on the back and sides can do damage to the coat. Cutting the undersides in the back of the front legs and even the chest hair really doesn't do damage because that's softer hair. But the hair up along the back, that's got a lot more coarseness to it. And so this area you don't want to cut. So some people charge extra for what they call de-shedding services. I don't, unless you bring me a dog, say it's a husky, who you have not laid a brush or a shampoo on in 6 months, and that coat is absolutely molting and packed in, then yeah, I'm gonna charge you. Sorry, but for regular maintenance grooms, I consider it part of the groom. It's not an extra charge for this. This is just good grooming. But if you bring me a dog with a neglected coat, then absolutely, I'm going to charge you for my time. Give her a break from that for a minute. She's got hair that is in a shedding phase on her legs. See all this light colored stuff right here? I'm going to use a pumice stone, just run it over that and remove it this way. Same across here. Sometimes I run it right over the top here too. Good girl. So again, we're going to do it to this side. Get all this light gray off. And all this really light tan. So we've shown a few dogs this week where brushing and combing did nothing to get all the excess coat out, but using on each one different tools, depending on the length of coat and the coat type, really did the job. Like this would not have touched the Scotty that I did because the teeth were too widely spaced. It would have done exactly like the comb and it would have just glided over it and wouldn't have gotten out anything. So when you handle a lot of dogs, you need a lot of different tools. Yes, you're a good girl.
Yes, you're a good girl. Yes, I feel good.
It's also going to help your dog stay cooler, keeping all that excess out of there. It allows the coat to just be free and light and breezy, which helps to keep them much cooler.
I know, wait. Come here, Wiggle Butt. Hey.
Do you know how to give fives? Is that what you're trying to show me? Sit. Give me 5.
Yes, that's what you're trying to show me. You're trying to show me your tricks. You're trying to show me your tricks, aren't you? Yes, you know tricks. Yes, you do.
Oh, silly.
Okay, wait. Jenny, wait. Give me 5. Yes, good girl.
Sometimes when I'm working on dogs, if I don't know that they know a trick, they'll be like trying to show me. Like, hey, look what I can do. Kind of like little 4-year-old children showing you their tricks. All right, we gotta put you up. We had somebody come in. Come here. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I gotta move the camera out of the way. Come on. Come. girl. Good girl. Let me get on the table. Oh. Let's get our friends back in place. That's good. All right, Miss Wigglebottom. Good girl. All right, turn. Good. So I'm not going to put a bow on her today because they have a 10-week-old puppy at home. And I don't want to give the puppy any excuse to start jumping up at her neck and biting at her to try to get it off. Also don't want the puppy to eat it, so which puppies will do. So we'll just skip that today, huh? Yeah, come here. Your ears. I wonder what the puppy's name is. Good girl turn. All right. I think we can text your people. You want to text your people? Huh? Does you want to text your peoples? Oh, he wants to go bye-bye. Stay right here. You're not leaving. Not yet. We got to text your people. Hold on. I'm texting her. Stay. All right. Your mama's been texted. Yes, she's been texted. She's been texted. Yes, she has. Yes, she has. Oh, you're a good girl. All right, let's put you up. Come on now, you don't have your harness on. And I need to free up my hand. Thank you. You're going to go right off the table. Goofy girl. She feel good. You knocked off my microphone. Is it better for now? Alright, we're going to go put you up. Say goodbye, everybody. See you next time. Come on. Be right back. It's kind of like Meg and Pixie. They were both Havanese, but completely different sizes. Wait a minute. All right, Jenny. Time to go. All right. Mia is next. She is a Maltese type dog. Just got to disinfect my tools. So she showed me a picture of the new puppy. Even though she's a full sister to Jenny, she's going to be a lot smaller because they're mini Aussies. She's only 5.5 pounds at 10 weeks old right now, so she's going to be really little. And she has a tail as well, like Jenny does, which is cool. So if you hear a dog coughing in the background throughout the day today, that's my dog Ammo. He has an extremely raspy, deep cough, and that is his trachea. His trachea has progressed really, really, really bad. So that is the reason for the cough, and that is every Saturday, because he comes with me every Saturday for his weekly bath, monthly haircuts. Alrighty. We're going to put Miss Mia straight into the tub. I've got to go in the back and get it put back together after Jenny. So I'll be right back. Tub is ready. We don't have our harness. No. So her allergies are acting up, which has her eyelids very red and swollen. Her ears are also red and swollen. That's pretty normal during allergy season. Also, the pads of their feet will get very red. Which is why I'm using the Allergrum shampoo on her today. It's a good girl. I'll go ahead and plug her ears, because I don't like putting ear wash in ears that are bothered in any way. And the reason for that is I don't know the condition of the eardrum, because I'm not a vet. And you don't want to put ear wash into an ear with a compromised eardrum. Good girl.
girl. Good puppy. Come on, baby. What you doing, Gidgy? Gidgy, widgy, widgy. Gidgy, widgy, widgy. He's a good girl.
I'm coming, Mia.
I didn't leave you but for a minute. It's just for a minute.
Wow, we got 53 likes already. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Good girl. I'll be right back. switch microphones before it died. Can't have dead microphones, can we? All right, Mia, back to it. I'm sorry, it's got to be done.
She does.
Do you feel like you're seeing double? It's better. Let's see, I think we'll use this on you. This is a 1/2 inch snap-on comb. So the dog I did this morning, Jon Snow, when I used a snap-on comb on him, I combed the hair to lay down before I clipped it. For her, I'm combing it up and out and back combing it against the lay of the coat, because he wanted his hair longer, and she gets trimmed shorter. So I'm actually trying to encourage a shorter length off this snap-on comb by using this technique. You probably couldn't hear me too good, but sorry. Good girl. It's a good girl. Up, up. Good puppy. Mia here is going to be the last one for today. Good. Good. Good girl. girl.
You're so sweet, baby. Yes, you are. You're a very sweet baby.
Good. Good girl. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's a good girl. You're fine. Come here. Come here. That's better. One thing you notice when watching grooming is the dogs don't necessarily like what we're doing to them. That's a given. I mean, anybody who thinks otherwise is silly, right? They don't like all the brushing and combing. They don't like the teeth brushing. They don't like, you know, the clippers and the dryers. But it doesn't mean that they don't have a relationship with me. And it doesn't mean that, you know, it shouldn't be done. Right? I always think about it when I'm sitting in a dentist chair, you know, even for a dental cleaning, that this must be what the dogs feel like, right? But grooming is important. Keeping their nails trimmed, keeping them clean, keeping the hair out of their eyes, keeping their hair tangle free. It's all important. And it's one of those things they learn to tolerate. And many pet parents who learn to groom them at home find the same thing when you do them yourself. The exact same thing. They still love you when you're done. They're not exactly happy about it while you're doing it. And the same opposition that a groomer gets, most pet parents get for the different little things that each individual dog doesn't like. So if they don't like their nails trimmed here, they're not going to like their nails trimmed for you. If they don't like the blow dryer here, they're not going to like the blow dryer for you. And once pet parents, you know, do decide, if they decide to groom their own dogs, you know, they learn to manage all those things just like groomers in the salon learn to manage them for the things that the dog doesn't like. And there's her Easter bow, so cute.
So cute. Yes, you're so cute.
All pretty. All right, guys, I thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video and subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload, which should be Monday morning about 9 a.m. for a regular video. I think right now I'll keep my live streams on Saturdays if I continue to do it, at least until I hire a new employee. We've fixed a few things with the live streams that makes it possible again, but I don't think I'm going to do it all day, every day. So we'll stick to Saturdays for now, and then I'll also have a members only Q&A and bow making on Tuesday, probably about 6:30, but I'll update the time as we get closer. So watch for my daily videos with chat about 9 a.m. each day. If the time changes, I will put it in the community tab. Some days it's harder to get it out at 9 than it is on others. And until after the dog show we have coming up, probably Thursdays will be later, like about noon, because I'm going to classes on Wednesday night, and I won't have time to edit a video. Who knows, maybe I'll live stream on Thursday just to keep it simple. We'll see. I'll keep you guessing at what I'm doing. So you guys have a good weekend, and I will see you Monday. Let's see. Make sure your head's even. All right. See you next time, guys. Bye. Thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload. I'll see you next time. Bye.